Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to Vintage Story, attempt number 20, episode 2. We had a wonderful introductory 8 hours, and our first attempt at using the Orphan class, a wild success. I'm talking quieter than normal. It's like 6:45 in the morning, so I'm gonna keep it down for the rest of the building, but I figure if I can't sleep, I may as well game it out, right? Let's hop in and get started. At the end of the last episode, we made an entire roster of copper tools. We are ready, buddy. Ready for that juicy transition between the early game to the mid game. I'm very excited about it. Okay, let's get chat opened. Okay. Alright, let's zoom out our camera just in case. We might need that. Third person, buddy. Don't sit on third person. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, buddy. How are you today? Hey. Yo, there's coal down there. Wow. Okay. I might try to go get some of that. What's the rift activity? Calm? Perfect. Kinda sus, not gonna lie. I don't have enough packed dirt to feel safe going down there, but we will go down. In fact, now that I have access to planks, I could make a bucket and make like an elevator. Yeah, we're gonna want to look around a lot today. I don't want to do that much cave diving until I get my temporal storm. Because if you have low temporal stability when a storm happens, then you might end up bottoming out and dying during the storm, right? What's this? Hang on. Scout the area. Seems okay. Yeah, we gotta go hunting. I have to gather a lot of hides and I need to commence my leather production. We can do it early. We have a lot of limestone nearby already. Oh, we are gonna get our money's worth out of these fucking shears, buddy. Damn straight. Holy shit. That was intense. Alright. That was very intense. Mega landslide. Alright, let's heal up. And then let's eat. I might start gathering some limestone now. And let's take a little look in here. See what can be seen. Nothing. Empty. There may be some ores though. Let's do a node search down here. No ore nearby. Fair enough. Alright, let's grab some limestone after we eat some breakfast. It is beautiful that we have limestone just here at spawn. We're gonna craft a quern right away. Holy shit. Apparently that might be a baby elk right there. We could catch that and try to get a mount out of it. But we need a high level of technology in order to actually craft the saddles and stuff. Beyond my pay grade right now. Okay, that'll do. We have a stack. We'll zoom out the camera. What is that? A wolf? A boar? We need it. That could be our first batch of leather. Got it. Okay. I need more space. Let's eat these. And I have 2 stackable bowls. Hello, Cameron. Good morning. You too, Flit. Very early today. I woke up at 5 in the morning and couldn't go back to sleep, so I just got ready for work. The people upstairs can be pretty noisy, so... Alright. I'm gonna try to find some resin over here. Maybe we could make a fruit press. I need 1 more resin. It is a pine forest, we shouldn't have too difficult a time, but home is that way. I don't see. Oh, there is resin. Almost spoke too soon. I can't grab it, though. It's possible that... Okay, good, good. It's right there. Let's plant these birch trees. And then I can go grab it, and we can now craft our fruit press whenever we want. Let's head home. I'm gonna go to the trader. We have a large supply of dirt there, and I'm going to craft myself another stack of packed dirt. I wonder if I could find one more resin. Yeah, I have to talk pretty quietly right now. But after a little bit, that won't be the case anymore. Maybe around 8 in the morning, another hour. Okay. What is that? Lead? Oh wow, bountiful too. Let's get the dirt off the top. I don't think I've ever found a bountiful node before. Did I not get any berries from that? Oh, there we go. Let's eat these. Okay. Convert that. And we'll make room for this stuff. One way or another. Hell, I could just place the wood. Bountiful ore. What time is it for me right now? Yeah, 7 a.m. Flip's got it. It's 1 in the morning for you, eh, Cameron? This is nice. How many units? 35 units. That's pretty solid. Not gonna lie, that's a bountiful surface deposit. There's more. Let's make more packed dirt. Where's my knife? Right here. Oh yeah. Make more. Plant that here. This is nice. This is going to be so many units of lead when we do finally need it. I can line glass with it, I think. Make fancy windows. I heard a howl off in the distance. Could just be a fox, might be a wolf. Okay. I might not need to go to the trader for more packed dirt after all. In fact, I see another sap on that tree over there. Let's go grab that right now. Nice. Need all of it. There's a change log for 2.5, eh? I was pretty excited about the chicken coop. That's honestly a pretty big deal, being able to just have eggs and do bacon and eggs on command like that. Aren't they also adding an apiary for honey? Let's take these and eat them. There's a bunch of black currant berries down there. I think I'll get rid of these 3 cattails so I can take them. Okay. Yeah, let's head home. Over there. I'd like to start gathering some of that coal that I found earlier, the brown coal. That's coal I don't have to make. It's a big deal. And now I can finally start making some fruit juice. Oh, yeah. Alright. We have way more sticks now than we had before. Some bones. Additional resin. Fat. A medium rawhide. Store that with the other one. Okay, fresh for 2 days only. I'll eat these now. Okay, and the arrows go in here. We have some limestone already, which is good. Let's go get that coal. That is pretty sus. Yeah, you know what? Not with him down there. Not like this. We'll wait. He won't be there forever. Let's make the juicer. Although I am gonna need more copper for that. I can make another pickaxe at the exact same time. Let's do it. Both my hammers have decent durability, I think. Do I need a new hammer? Not quite, but a Falk's blade. Maybe I'll hold out for a bronze Falk's blade. What about the rawhide trousers? What do I need for that? 2 medium hides, which we have. Beautiful. Alright, let's make those. I now have a torso item for winter and pants, and they won't deteriorate as long as I don't wear them. Nice. Make a flax twine. And craft a bucket. Now, what do we need for the fruit press? We're gonna start working on our house today, I think, so I need a copper rod. If I use my chisel, I won't be able to take apart my anvil with it. Huh. It is true. That might be okay. Maybe I'll just make another chisel right now ahead of time for that purpose. So we make the copper rod, we make the chisel, and I make a new pickaxe. So 60 copper nuggets, just like I have here. Let's grab the pickaxe mold. And I need to try to find some cassiterite, for sure. Couple of ingot molds. Here we go. I am very early today, Anthony. Indeed. Yeah, I woke up at 5 and couldn't go back to sleep. So it's like 6 a.m. Well, now it's 7. But at 6 I decided I would go live. How are you doing today, buddy? Oh, temperature, new storms, modifications like socks, quite a lot, eh? Okay, right on. Maybe 7 days is finally gonna get back to those Alpha 16, Alpha 15 survival routes. I would really appreciate that if they did. Okay, 3 more servings of meat stew are prepared to be eaten later. I'll use the brown coal, I think. Hello, Jay. Welcome, buddy. You have to be at work in 7 hours. Are you gonna sleep? Party tonight, work tomorrow? Jesus, buddy. Not what I'd recommend, but you got autonomy. You live your own life. How much dry grass do I have? None. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab the scythe that I crafted and we're gonna cut some grass. While I wait for that to finish. I'd say a stack should do for now. Beautiful. Let's go check on the copper. Retrieve the tongs. Hey, Jay, I appreciate that, brother. That's huge. That's food on my table, buddy. So thank you very much. Bless you. Bring the energy to make the day positive. Yeah. We don't play by the rules. Right on, buddy. Right on. Yeah, the channel, man, it's this game. I don't know what's up with it. It's vintage story, it just blows up. And even on our quiet days, we're still getting like 300 people at peak. It's crazy, buddy. Income supplementation just in time for my move to Czech Republic. Alright, let's equip the oil lamp. And we're gonna sleep now so that this stuff can harden. And then I can make a second chisel and a rod so that we can make our fruit press and get more out of these fruits. Beautiful. Alright, let's begin. Singular piece of coal is all that's necessary to get that to temperature for reforging. Let's craft our new pickaxe right now, even if we don't need it now. Beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna build a much better house soon. Let's water the plants. Maybe after we've done our smithing, eh? It would take a while to water the whole garden. Or maybe I can just do a brief single pass around the whole thing. We'll still have time to forge those shapes for sure. We're getting some stunted crops due to the heat. I guess as long as they don't die on us, I'm fine with it. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. We've been waiting for that. Once that storm has passed, I'll be cleared to go do some of the other tasks that we want to do. Alright. Grab the hammer. We'll make a copper rod. Okay. Let's get busy. Oh, smithing is so fulfilling to do, guys. Honestly, if you haven't experienced this, you should. You should play this. You should get the feels. Damn fine feels. Okay, now we move these to the left and the rod is done, then we just have to do a second chisel. One for breaking the anvil after we enter the Bronze Age, and one for general use. Let's go cool this off. Hell yeah. Alright. Now for the next one. Chisel. Beautiful. Now we can make that fruit press and still take apart our anvil later. Nice. Okay. So I need fat, resin, the rod. Let's see here. And then a bunch of planks with a hammer. We'll go get more planks, more wood. I would love to hunt some animals. We are just about ready to finally enter the leather age. I have everything I need. Once we get this wood and make all of our planks, we'll be set. Let's eat. Carrots. Alright, we need wood. Unfortunately, there's not very many dense wooded areas near my base. There is this pine forest over here, but it's... I don't like the obstructed visibility, right? Although I suppose if we cut the damn thing down, it won't be too obstructed after that. I'm gonna make a bear fighting position somewhere around here. Is that a deer? It sure is. I'd like to hunt that if I could. Alright, we got some poultry. Feathers. Alright, let's make a bear fighting position right here. Cranberries. Alright. Blackberries galore. Plenty of juice. Where'd that deer go, huh? He didn't fall into a cave, did he? This is a very verdant and resource-rich area. Well, I don't know how much inventory space we're gonna have left for wood if we can get that deer. We are gonna try to get it. Quartz? Yeah. There it is. Let's eat those carrots. And we'll subsist on cranberries for now. Beautiful. Eat those turnips. Alright. We gotta try to hunt this thing. It's over there. There's two of them. Oh, buddy. Nice. Good start. He's aggressive. Run. They're dangerous. They have a tier 2 attack. He's coming. I need a place where I can run around. In a circle. Holy shit. My fucking mouse cable got stuck under my keyboard while I was doing that. But we got it. We'll try to get the other one too. If we can. Alright. Drop that dry grass, take the fat. Harvest the bones. Let's drop the small bones. We don't need those. Alright. Successful hunt. That's our first batch of leather right there. There's another deer here somewhere. Don't know where. Let's grab and eat these. Okay. I have no idea where that deer is. There it is. Good luck hunting it in these woods, though. Let's try to lure it out to the open clearing somehow. Holy shit. I have to try to flank it, approach it from this way in the hopes that it runs toward the clearing. It's the only way I successfully hunt this thing. Hopefully we pull it off. It's anybody's guess. Let's take a look around. Where are you? What is that? Spelt. Not as important as flax would be right now. Eat these. I keep hoping I'll see it near the clearing, but so far, no dice. Wait, down there. What is that? I don't like how low the terrain is. I'll try to stay in third person so I have a bird's eye. Let's get high. Okay. Oh, come on. Wait, I still have the stone spear. Got it. I was unable to get it to become aggressive. That could mean it's a female instead of a male. Oh, it's coming. Okay. Grab that. Run. Holy shit. Oh god. Shitty place to fight it, not gonna lie. I did it. Somehow. Anyway, let's watch out. This is not good fighting ground. That little patch of dirt right there was the problem. Relive. Successful hunt despite the risk. May I have a muffin? Damn straight still running the Orphan class. Right on. Zuzi worked a night shift. She's home now. Yeah, she's sleeping. Sleeping off her shift. One more shift and she's off for a while. Alright, let's grab these. Try to top up our stack of berries. Beautiful. There's more black currant berries too. Yeah, this third person mode is so useful. I mean, the resources are one thing, but the threat detection is another, you know? Okay, let's go. It is time we headed home. We had 2 successful deer hunts, lots of red meat. And we still have 4 red meat back at home from the boar that we hunted earlier. I think I'll get rid of the feathers. So I can take the spelt seeds. And I could eat that spelt grain on the ground. Ninja wolves, yeah. Ninja wolves, ninja brown bears. Oh god. Crazy legs. Run. Okay. Oh shit. I just got the temporal storm is imminent warning. Alright, my best bet, run to the trader. Take cover there, I think. Although even that won't be entirely safe. Alright, you know what? Desperate times. We're gonna sit right here. Yeah. Alright. They shouldn't be able to spawn in here, and I should be safe. Should be. We have that temporal storm coming right now. I'm glad I noticed that. We got food. We should be alright. We'll be stranded here for a little bit, but we'll live. This is a heavy temporal storm, too. I'm doing pretty good, Snap. Pretty good. Yeah, I got up at 5 and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I just decided to start working. 7:30 now. Looks like the sun is finally rising. very successful hunt. I'm just glad the monsters can't dig down to reach me, can you imagine? I guess I get to enjoy my coffee. Day 1 Minecraft player. 2 blocks down, buddy. Golden rule. Jesus. They're causing, like, cave-ins elsewhere. Oh my god. I just hope that those cave-ins don't affect me where I am, right? Might be okay. I've barely found any oak wood. We're gonna need oak for leatherworking. I'll be pinching pennies for our oak. I need 30 oak just to get a batch of strong tannin going. 45 if I want a batch of weak tannin beside it. I hear them directly overhead. Holy shit. Say a prayer to your Lord. and give your will and testament to your families. Those landslides are sus. I really don't want to be here right now. I can't even, like, if I remove that torch from the wall, I might cause that dirt to slide in, right? Like, I have to be so still right here. Upside is, I don't think they can cause a cave-in where we are. I think we're safe. The ground was flat, and there's packed dirt right up against it, so... Alright guys, well at this point I'm pretty sure I can talk as loud as I want. Zuzi's home from work. I just went over there to see her. She's soaking her feet. And she is gonna go to sleep very soon to sleep off her shift. I told her you said hello, Anthony. Alright, I gotta go take a quick piss before we keep going here. Alright. I don't really know what enemies are out there. They're probably dangerous as fuck. I hear them. Hopefully it's not a type of enemy that can, like, one-hit kill me, you know? That's a thing. We have to get out of here, though. Jesus, okay. Holy shit. Oh! Okay, we made it. I might be alright. Let's run home. That's horrifying. I hated that. All right. All right, we got a shitload of dirt here. So I'm gonna start making some rand earth. Beautiful. And then make even more. All right, we have 2 stacks of rand earth that we can start building a base with. Let's get home. Hello, gamer fam. Welcome, welcome. It's wonderful to see you. Okay. We made it home. Let's refresh these torches. I don't want them burning out. And we gotta cook. I got some food. I can make 4 servings and fill up a crock pot. And we can make the juicer pretty much right now. We'll do it after. Okay. Get that lit. So at this point, we're going to want to try to find some cassiterite. We need cassiterite. And we can make some juice. I can't make any barrels yet, though. That's a thing. I need to be able to make barrels. At least we have the 2 large hides. What's that doing in there? Don't need that in there. Okay. I could go try to plant these crops while that cooks. Doesn't matter where, as long as there's room. I think I'll need the hoe now. Doesn't have much durability. I probably will need to make another. Alright. We got time. Nighttime farm work. Alright. The rise. Stunted growth due to heat. Fair enough. Yeah. Alright. Let's crock-pot this shit. And then we'll cook the rest of our food. Store that. Alright, we can go to sleep if we want. I need to try to find some cassiterite. Anywhere that we can. The longest playthrough I've had, it was attempt 16, and we made it all the way to winter. My morning is pretty good, gamer fam. I'm underslept a little bit. The people upstairs made quite a lot of noise. Woke me up this morning, but it is what it is. I mean, I just decided to get to work. I'm happy to have the day. Life is good. Alright, let's make, I need wood, and then we'll make a fruit press and some barrels. I see a big tree up there with resin on it, actually. Pretty surprising. I don't know if I can reach that without some sort of a platform, though. Either way, there's pine trees right over here, so that's where we're gonna go. Let's utilize the third-person camera. Try to make sure that I can't be ambushed by anything. Unawares, right? I hear a goat. That's goated. Alright, let's cut this tree down. You're down 32 pounds? Right on. Right on. Proud of you. All right. That's a start. That's enough planks to craft with for sure. I have to start making leather. We can do it relatively early in this playthrough. I can soak and scrape the hides within a day. We have lime. access, like limestone, so that's enough for now. Let's get out of here. I would love to get that sap on that tree, but that's honestly kind of dangerous. It's tempting. I would need to be able to tower up there, though, and I don't have any dirt. I'll have to go get more from the trader and bring it back. At least now I can make some planks. We'll use these birch planks for crafting stuff, and then we'll use the pine planks for... house decorating. All right. So I need some barrels. Let's craft the juicer now. I really should have a dedicated cellar for those. I might just close them in with dirt or something. Either way, we have to juice stuff, so let's grab the resin, the fat, the rod, our chisel, and a hammer. And we have the birch planks already. There we go. Fruit press acquired. All right. Let's clean these up. I don't need them there. And now we can finally start making juice out of this shit. I haven't made a... I did make a bucket. Right here it is, yeah. I might actually be able to convert this entire space into a cellar if I just put some doors down. All right, fresh for 21 days. How long does it last out here? Fresh for 4 days. Because the sunlight is touching it, it won't last nearly as long. So I think it's time we redo our storage real quick. I have more chests right here. We're gonna grab those. Put down the cooking pot. Deposit the berries. Put that down. Temp chest right there. Yeah, we can make room for those barrels pretty easily. And this whole room is pretty much going to be a cellar, so... Alright. Okay. Don't need this. Yeah, this whole room counts as a cellar. So we'll just put the barrels in here. Store my food right there. Molds in here. Bear in mind, this base is only temporary. We are going to have a better one soon enough. Yep, this whole area counts as a cellar. I don't even need to bury the box anymore. Putting those high quality doors in helped with that. I found out how the cellar mechanics actually work, by the way. You guys remember when we were upstairs in our previous house? We had a better cellar rating than downstairs. I found out why that was. The reason why that was happening is because a cellar can be any 7 by 7 by 7 space, but it doesn't just mean 7 blocks up or 7 blocks to the right. 7 times 7 is 49. So you can literally have a 49 by 49 room. Any size, any dimensions, as long as it's within 49 by 49, right? So, like a massive cellar you can have. Fitting these barrels is kind of tough. I guess I'll just do that. It gives us a place to store the juice while we make it, and it lets us stockpile some food, right? Like, that's important right now. Yeah, it can be any space that's like whatever 7 times 7 is, like 7 by 7 by 7. That amount of square tilage. That amount of space is viable no matter how you have it configured. Anything within that parameter counts as a cellar. Even if you have like... God, I don't know. Yeah, the limits of that are astounding. Our upstairs space in that previous house counted as a cellar. What game is my most favorite to play? It's gotta be this one right now. Vintage Story for sure. Yeah. Cameron, don't breathe life into it, buddy. We're trying to avoid it. We don't want to tempt the superstitious gods, you know what I mean? It is nice to finally have the fruit press. This is glorious. Anyway, I'm gonna reduce the frequency of the sound. Like, a frequency of the music. Oh, yeah. I need to make a quern, so we are going to want to go mining a little bit. Just so I can get the stone we need for the quern, or I could even grab it around here, potentially, but I'd like it to be made of granite. It's a very neutral color. Anyway, that juice is gonna last a good long time. I think like 21 days. I know, Cameron. I'm just playing along, buddy. I do believe that you spoil Lady Fate's surprise when you predict bad things happening. You take the fun out of it for her, right? Now, hang on. I could use a storage container outside to cause stuff to rot. Yes, I want this to rot faster. So we're gonna store it out here. And then we can start making compost for the farm. We have some juice that I can drink. In fact, right now we have so few types of juice that I don't need those other 2 barrels, so. Yeah, let's just get rid of these ones and store them for now. Or I could use them to make lime after. Ugh, we need a real base. This is dirty. Okay. I don't need the shears on me right now. Mature turnips. Wow, we can actually harvest those. Sweet. That's our first crop harvest. It's always the turnips that you get first. Okay. I got 49 turnips and a bunch more turnip seeds. Which I will need to plant, which means I will need to hoe the ground. All right. Could I turn the abandoned structure right next to my base into a house? I could. Yeah, it's possible. All right, we planted all the turnip seeds. They'll grow. Now, I need to grab some water. And we need to set out in search of cassiterite. I need cassiterite, big time. So we're gonna have to start prospecting around the area. Let's see what we have directly underneath our home. There's a mine shaft right here. Lignite. Trace amounts. I guess I got 2 stone readings here before and I never finished. I think lignite is the brown coal. Okay, we're gonna head this way and get some readings over there and see what we can come up with. We're seeking out cassiterite, pretty much. Like, primarily, that's what we're looking for, is some cassiterite. Actually, let's go this way. Because worst case scenario, I don't find anything, I can go pay a visit to the copper mine and get some more copper. But I will have to bring my spare pickaxe. Alright. I need to find oak trees too. Like, that's a thing. What is this? That's a maple. Yeah, I need oak. Oak wood aplenty. What's down here? Oh, I was on the wrong mode. Right, I have to do density search. Okay. Sphalerite, halite, native copper. Let's eat. I'm going to want to remain in third person as often as possible, just so I can kind of see any potential threats early. Better to run away from a bear before he's hit you than after. Yeah, we'll go over there. There's a wide open plain there, and we're gonna check that place out. See that? I wouldn't have seen this mushroom if it wasn't for third person. Okay. Cranberries. Even more. Yeah, we're gonna get some readings over here. And I need to keep an eye out for oak. This is my previous mine. Which still has, from what I understand, abundant copper available. I'm gonna have to build a fighting position against bears here, but I need some dirt. I could get a reading right there. All right, there we go. Let's do it. Good God, the ear rape of that, eh? Like... I still need one more sample of rock. Here we go. There's decent copper, but I have found chromite, magnetite, malachite. I haven't found anything for making bronze, pretty much at all. Base is that way toward the... yeah, let's just try to remember where home is. Alright, we need to try to find an oak tree somewhere in these woods. Same with the beehive. We haven't really found a beehive yet. And I need a place I can retreat to with a good fighting position for bears, so... There we go. I now have a fighting position in case a bear rolls up on us. I'll have to retreat to it, but nonetheless. And let's... hang on. Heal up. try to kill this wolf. It's weakened. We just need to deliver the finishing blow. Okay. Skin it. We are going to have to start going further and further from home to find stuff. Home is that way. We'll make a little waypoint marker leading us home. It is 1757. 557. Back in 1757, it was okay to say you didn't trust the black family around the bend. You didn't get canceled the way you do now, no matter how many people they decapitate in a subway station, no matter how many gang shootings happen near schools. You're not allowed anymore. All right, wait. I just found bees. Right here. Boom. That's nice. Let's eat this. Let's try to get an ore reading somewhere around this area. I've seen compilations of people dying to cave-ins. Apparently it's pretty common. I've just been getting lucky this whole time. Like, I never die to cave-ins, dude. Even when a bunch of stone falls on my head, I'm usually fine. I see a deer over there and a... Oh, buddy. I got a boar. Fuck yeah. Hey, it's more medium hides, and fat, and red meat. I think I'll just discard the bush meat. If I need the space, we'll get rid of it. But I'm happy to have the hides. We need it for the leather, but I still need to find fucking oak. Nothing. There's bismuth. Technically. Hang on. So, if I have bismuth, let's look at bismuth bronze, because bismuth is a type of bronze that you can make. Bismuth bronze plate, smith from bismuth bronze ingots. In order to make bismuth bronze, I need sphalerite, bismuthinite, and copper. It's far from ideal. Cassiterite would be the best option, if I could find any. Pretty sure home is this way, toward the mountain range. But we found bees today, albeit we found no cassiterite, but we can just search in another direction tomorrow. I got more hides. 3 of them. We can convert those into pelts if we wish. What's that? Quartz. Where is my bear fighting shelter, huh? Because at least the bear fighting shelter is going to indicate to me where my home is. I think it might be over here. Not really sure. There's a ruin over there. I'm not getting up there. Not even gonna try. Let's go around this way. Well, we know that our home is near a mountain range, so I'm pretty sure it's in that direction. I'm just partially confused because I can't see the bear fighting position. I see something up there, though. That could be the trader that we're used to. It looks like... Oh, yeah, here's my copper mine. We're good. We found our way home. Anyway, what's the reading for this area? I'd imagine nothing special, right? Hang on. I gotta try to prevent a cave-in. Lignite, galena, halite, that's salt, coal, lead, and copper. Alright, let's head home. We've had a good day, we just haven't found any oak yet, and we haven't found any cassiterite for bronze. But we can set out again tomorrow morning and continue the search. Alright, cranberries. We'll grab all these. Whatever's available. We can juice them. Let's eat. Alright, fuck it. We're going around. There's home. It really does turn it. Yeah, it changes the game to turn in cave-ins. Changes it big time, buddy. It's good to see you, Jake. All right, we are home, sweet home. Three medium hides, two large hides, and a small hide. Let's deposit that. Fresh for 4 days. It'll last a good long time. I think I'll just put the bushmeat out here to spoil. Just like the fruit mash, the dry mash. Deposit those. Okay. $8:25 in the morning. In real life, anyway. Okay, we have more cranberry juice. These are gonna last for like 20 days, right? We're just building up a nice stockpile so we always have food and we're never going without. Let's grab our water again. Fill up on meals. Three of them for extended travel. All right. Let's go to sleep. Pass the night. We can only explore during the day, so let's sleep until the day. And set out in search of more shit. I think I might water the crops before we go. What would happen if you poured a bucket out over your crop area? Like, would the... Oh, okay, I was thinking maybe it would, like, water the crops, like, spread out over them, but it doesn't work that way. Anyway, we have some turnips to harvest down here. Beautiful. These carrots are almost done. Several carrots are close enough to being done. Flax still has a while to go. Let's water these crops. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Watered crops. What's your favorite block in Minecraft? You know what would be really nice? Down here where the watering can icon is, it'd be cool if there was like a blue bar there to indicate how much water it still had left in it. That'd be pretty dope. Okay, deposit that. Today we have to head in a new direction in search of oak wood. I guess I'll finish this later. Let's top up the bowl. Alright. So, I kind of want to visit the trader, because that's where all my dirt is. I would be able to make a full stack of packed dirt. And yesterday, we went... I need to make a marker for where the bees were. We basically went behind our mine. So this signpost is for bees, right here. Gotta improvise right now. Okay, yeah, that's for bees. We just have to try to remember that it's for bees. You gotta try to catch up on some Z's, gamer fam. Working is such a stupid reality these days. I feel like nobody should be busting their ass off for 40 hours a week and struggling to pay their bills. Like, right, we literally live in a dystopia. It's pure dystopia. The fact that people can literally be indentured servants to dedicated work 40 hours a week and then barely be able to afford the luxuries of life, it's a crime. It's like they say, right? Fucking, what do they say? Boomers leveraged their success against the prosperity of the younger generations. Apparently, 95% of the world's wealth is held by people aged 50 and up. Which just blows my fucking mind. Alright, we have more packed dirt now. Especially with all the advances in technology. The funny thing is, now that AI is coming out, a lot of people are going to be out of work really soon. And we're going to need some form of universal basic income in order to provide for those people. Because literally, like, a lot of people say, hey, that's communism, but it's the only way they're going to be able to eat. So unless you plan on picking up a rifle and euthanizing those people, we're going to have to take care of them with some state-funded means. It's a tricky rub. Nobody wants to talk about it, but the way the world works, we are in late-stage capitalism. I'm not a commie. I'm not one of those socialist cucks. Right? But I recognize that we're at the limit of capitalism now, and we're experiencing its downfall. This is the eventual end game of capitalism, where wealth gets so hoarded and concentrated by the minority that there's nothing left for the majority, and technology gets so good because of the free market that people aren't even needed to work anymore, right? So it's creating a really tricky rub. And it's fascinating that now we get to see this. We get to observe it happening in real time. Fuck, I hate how few oak trees there are. We really need to find some. There's a shitload of copper here. I'll mark this. There's a fuck ton here. Grab the flax seeds. Yeah, we need to find oak wood in order for me to get started making leather. When the terrain collapses, you just try again. You just literally have to slam your head into the wall until the wall gives. That's basically how like the landslides work in this game. Just keep pushing. Give no quarter. Oh shit, I have no more healing stuff. Well, that's not good. Okay, as long as I stay fed, I'll have maximal health regeneration, but we might want to try to scavenge the things that we need for that. Okay, let's get a reading right here. What the hell is pentalentabantadantatite? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Maple. I need oak tree. I need a massive oak tree. If I get one oak tree, then it'll give me enough wood for, like, ages. But I need to find that oak tree. Is that an oak tree over there? Big ass bushy one. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is where wait, no, this isn't the same place I was yesterday. I think that might be an oak tree or a walnut, one of the two. Yeah, we got an oak. All right, God bless. We found exactly what we need to commence iron production. I'm gonna zoom the camera out. There's a chicken around here. I can't imagine it would be here if there was a bear. Chat isn't updating. Might have to fix that in a second. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, back in the day, man, like, apparently the best time to be alive was the 70s and the 80s in terms of economy and availability of resources and fairness of labor to like opportunity for buying a home, buying a car, getting ahead. It's a damn shame, dude. I have way too much food. I might... Oh god, there's so much wood here, I can't even take it all. I just don't want it to despawn. So I'm thinking we ditch that flint spear. Normally I don't successfully manage to cut down the entire tree. This is new to me. I'm not used to just cutting down the entire thing successfully. Okay, we can get rid of that one piece of dirt. Okay. Get rid of the turnip seeds. We have plenty of turnips. We're pinching pennies for space right now. Let's get rid of the hoe as well. Don't need that. I think we almost got all of the oak. A massive amount of wood. That's the dirt, okay. Grab this. It looks like I pretty much was able to collect all of the oak. Which is, oh my god, we have so much. But now I don't have to worry about it for a good long time, like ever. I don't think I'm ever going to use that much oak for making tannin. But we can now start producing said tannin. Maybe I should get an ore reading around here if possible. My base is that way, toward that strange floating rock formation right there. I just don't want to drop down in here, because usually if you drop down into places like this, you're trapped with whatever predators are down there. When I was a kid, man, honestly, guys, I'm going to get really real with you here for a second, okay? When I was a kid... Hey, spell A right. When I was a kid, I literally felt like, you know what? I don't want to work. And if I ever have to, I'm just going to kill myself. You know what Asmongold said? Where he's like, well, I'm going to keep on playing video games. And the moment I can't anymore, I'll just end it all. Right? God, that is way too loud. Maybe it's because my ambient sound level is too high. Let's turn it down. I'll bet that's what it was. Yeah, I pretty much always knew, like, I knew that society was a lie, and that the expectations we had on us were bullshit. When I was a kid, I remember the purity of what it was like to be a kid, and I think a lot of you might, in the back of your mind, you were just pissed that your parents, if you loved them and had a good relationship with them, you were pissed that they had to go to work at all. And you wanted them to stay home with you, because you felt like that was what was right, you know? Society, really, it's really adept at tearing people apart. Because back in the day, what was the family life? Well, you and your family grew food together. You raised livestock together. Extra children were extra farm hands, and every family spent every day together. By the end of it, by your young adulthood, you couldn't wait to get away from them. Only because you had spent every day of your waking life with them. Right? Now it's not like that. Now families are so distant that you have like estranged kids becoming drug addicts because like they feel like they have no relationship with their parents. It's just the way it is now, right? It's a grim reality, but it is reality. And I guess, I don't know, I always had like an intuition that it was just wrong. Okay. Oh. I wouldn't worry too much about another civil war. The government's means of control are far too absolute. A civil war would imply that the general public would have a chance of succeeding. There's no chance. There is absolutely zero chance that the common public could possibly overthrow the government. We'll never have another redcoat situation again because the government's tech is too great. Their data collection, too absolute. Like there's no way. There is no possibility that the people will ever be able to contend with the government anymore. All right, now, I need to make a bunch of barrels. So we need boards and sticks. I need 9, so... There we go. And I might want to start plotting out where my house is going to be exactly before I do this. We have some packed earth that I can use to start. I have 2 stacks of rammed earth. Let's temporarily deposit some of this shit that I have here. We have extra storage right here. Yeah, our house is gonna be a little mess for a while, only until I get things sorted. Which is happening right now. All right, now, collect that sapling. We have to move these because this is kind of around the area where I'd like my house to be. Can't have any seeds there getting in the way. We'll plant them over here. Hey, thank you very much, Jake. Again, food on my table, buddy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Matthew, welcome to the pack. So what you're saying is everything is fake and gay. Yeah. Isn't that from South Park? It's all fake and gay. Put a lame chick in it and make her gay. All right, now, let's fill this in. Likely, this is gonna be my floor. But we'll just fill it in with dirt for now until I figure out. Yeah, you don't want that happening. Figure out something better to do. All right, that will do for now. So let's start building the layout of our home. I'm gonna want to use whichever type of this rammed earth most looks like a block. Honestly, I think it's this one. That's gonna be our walls right there, is that rammed earth, so. Let's begin. I'm gonna need more of that shit. Ugh. Always need more. Okay, let's go back to the trader and grab whatever dirt we have there. We are gonna need it. And there's no one saying that we can't move later on in the game. Oh, they got guns, sure, but do they have organization? Can they really contend with... The government literally has, like, military might, right? They have military might, they have microchips, computerization, they have drones, unmanned aerial aircraft that can just level cities. Like, it's... Grandpa's 22 is not gonna help with that, right? Like, there's no way. We can't contend with the government. I suppose if you could bypass the military and kind of stealthily kill everybody in government in one fell swoop, somehow, some way, like if you could manage to do that, then you could subvert the systems that are normally designed to protect them. But the moment you like attack a few of them, all of a sudden there's going to be like a massive field of police officers and military personnel to prevent it from happening to the others. Yeah. That mountain looks kind of strange the way it renders in like that. Maybe, you know what, I can either increase or decrease my render distance just slightly to alter that. So it's 416 blocks. If it's 448, we still have the problem. Probably the best thing to do is just reduce it. Yeah. Okay, that'll do. So let's begin laying out the foundation of a home. The way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna have like a grain silo with a windmill at the top next to my house. So we're not gonna like build a large, wide, vertical house the way we did before. We're gonna build a normal house with like maybe 2 stories. I don't think I need more than 2 stories, right? And then we're gonna have maybe a 3-story house, maybe. But we're gonna have a large windmill beside our house with a quern in there. Yeah. So let's just get started here. I'll start from the back. I hate these flowers, though. They're definitely gonna get in the way a little bit. What was that? Okay. It does seem a little narrow, doesn't it? Let's just, here. We're gonna widen both. Now it's gonna seem a lot less cramped in here. Well, true, Cameron, true, but remember, for every person with 60 guns, they only have 1 trigger finger. 2 at best, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many guns you have, you're only 1 person, right? And the government's got a lot of bodies to throw at people who rebel. A lot of bodies indeed. Alright, so I can have a single door here leading out to some sort of a smithing area. I like that. We'll have like a little pillar here with a roofed awning. We'll have a beautiful 2nd story. I think we can get away with a 2-story house here. I need a back door, and we'll have a double door in the front here, I think. And how many blocks wide is this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I could have a double door in the back, right in the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's nice. All right. And I'm gonna go fancy. We're gonna make a red clay roof. Huh? Yeah, we're gonna do it right. And no one's saying I have to keep this building style. Like, eventually I could just go ahead and use a different material for the walls, like just replace it block by block type thing. We could do that. No harm, no foul. But for now, we're building the house with the knowledge that this is going to be the way it's going to be for quite some time. So we're going to do a good job. All right, let's make the 2nd story. Honestly, a lot of you guys don't know this about me. I went to jail multiple times for basically trying to start a civil war. You can like Google my name, Thomas Helmley. I went to jail multiple times for trying to, what the courts called inciting hatred against police and social unrest. Basically, I told people to ignore their mortgages, hunker down in their homes, start gardens in their backyards, and refuse to go to work so that, like, you know, starve the government out of their tax dollars and just take all the power away from them. And I was put in jail 4 times for just continuing to do that over and over again. So, like, I understand the passion to fight, but because I did that, I realized how powerful these systems of control really are. And it just, we can't really contend with it, right? It's not something that you can meaningfully oppose to any degree. Ultimately, we can't beat it, right? The system is what it is. It's an age-old machine. And for those of you who think there's a slim sliver of hope that the world could change one day, I'd like to remind you of the pandemic. Think about how many people were willing to carry the government's bottom line and do their dirty work for them, right? Those were the same people who would have been turning in Jews in the basement to the Nazi soldiers back in World War II. There's rats in society and they outnumber the normal people, right? There's order followers in society who will always toe the government's bottom line because in their mind they have conflated government with God, crime with sin, and jail with hell. In their mind, they view it as a religious metaphor where if you oppose the government, then you oppose their God and you're committing the crime, like the sin of crime, and you deserve jail, right? That's just, it's the way it is. It's the way it is. People are enamored, inured by societal control, and they can't envision a life without government. I personally can. I recognize it's the way we lived for centuries before we got to this point. Millennia, even. We've always had some sort of rulership, but it was small, and it was cautious and timid because it knew that if it pissed us off, we would overthrow and eradicate it, right? Like, as much as I like to believe that the only cure for 1984 is 1776, I also recognize that the government isn't what it once was. People aren't what they once were. Processed food and fluoride have done a good job of debilitating the common public into ever-increasing states of apathy and just, well, that's the only word, apathy, right? We don't care as much anymore. We're not willing to lay down our lives, and even if we were, we wouldn't have the technological advantage required to pull a clutch win against something like the government. It just couldn't happen, you know? It is what it is. All right, take care for now, gamer fam. We love you. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah, the US government can totally commit war crimes and get away with it. Earlier, I said making a house of stone was a pain. Well, the last time we needed way more stone. I think you're right about the clay roof. Probably I'll use like pine planks for the roof or something. Make it simpler to do. Yeah, we need flooring for the second floor. And I'd like to build this up one more row higher. I know that it would be a lot of work, but man, if I had that red clay roof, that would be so beautiful. Let's get up here. Let's eat some lunch. It's time. I understand the passion to want to make change, but you know, what I learned throughout the course of everything I went through is that it's not worth changing the world if it changes you, right? I would rather die and let my immortal soul go to heaven where I belong than reduce myself to the level of those who ruin our lives, right? The thing is, even if I murdered 100 politicians, I wouldn't change anything. 100 more would rise to take their place because you can eliminate the man in the throne, you cannot eliminate the throne itself, and you cannot remove the enticing nature of it. People will always covet power. In fact, the corrupt will always be drawn to it, and the good will never be able to handle it. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And you have to remember that you're either going to perish at the hands of it or you're going to become it before you do, right? So it's better to perish at the hands of evil than it is to become evil trying to fight evil. What did Nietzsche say, right? You have to be careful when you fight monsters, otherwise you might become one. And that's exactly what happened to me, was I was trying to I was, I knew about Monsanto and I knew about like pharmaceutical corruption. I knew about all these things. I recognized that our society is just debt slavery with a little bit of processed food based depopulation in there to stimulate pharmaceutical dependence and get the public weak and afraid and tired chronically. I have a full conception of this reality. I understand it perfectly. But I also know it's not worth my immortal soul to try and change it at cost to my soul, right? The Lord can keep me. I don't care about the rest. I don't care about other people. Not really. Because I understand that I gave everything trying to change it. And nothing happened. Nobody rallied. We all have to look out for ourselves. We can try to look out for each other, but I can't take your pain away. I can't take your struggle away. I can't change society for you, right? I had a rallying cry. I went to jail 4 times with that rallying cry, and it accomplished nothing. So I recognize that I have to look out for me and Zuzi, and you guys have to look out for yourselves. And if there's an opportunity for any of you to make a better lives for yourselves, I say you take it. Chase your dreams. Spend your life trying to go for the reality that would make you happiest, because it's better to fail trying to achieve that than to succeed achieving what you didn't want in the first place, right? Don't go the safe route. Don't do the debt slavery route. Don't listen to your parents and get a college degree, because I promise you, you're not going to find a good job with a humanities degree that you went into massive debt to get, right? So follow your heart. Try to find role models who show you what can be done and try to emulate what they do. Well, it's funny, you know, John D. Rockefeller basically created the lifestyle we now know and that we now hate, but he was right when he said, it's better to walk the road less traveled than to tread the worn paths of accepted success, right? You were born without a diaphragm because of Monsanto? Yeah, that Roundup is horrible, buddy. It's fucking toxic. It causes a vast array of mutations in people. I'm really sorry that happened to you, man. If we're gonna share our pains, when I was a kid, I was drugged with Ritalin. Between the ages of 5 and 11, I was taking Ritalin every day for school. So that's like 6 years where I was on meth as a small child, and I never fully forgave my parents for it. I still think about it from time to time. I never bring it up, but it was like, knowing what I know, I wish that they knew it, right? And I wish that they had more skepticism rather, because people put the blind faith reserved for God into institutions like the pharmaceutical industry and processed food. They have too much trust for entities and organizations and corporations that don't deserve it. Even the government, right? Faith is for God, trust is for people. And I feel like if more people lived by that code, less people would fall into the traps and pitfalls associated with trusting big corporations and governments. Damn straight, Cameron. Damn straight, buddy. Yeah, well, look, we'll try to figure it out. And even if I can't take away the pain of the life that we live, I can at least try to keep you guys entertained for a while, right? That's it. I can help you to kill a day if I can't help you to kill the system itself. That much I can do. All right, let's make new improvised armor. Beautiful. Gotta stay protected. Birch would be too light of a color. I'd like to do pine. We'll make some pine planks, do some pine flooring. I like the look of pine flooring. It's darker, right? Easier on the eyes when contrasted against like a wall block. All right, let's deposit the saw. And I figured out I can actually use the fucking chisel. Well, I thought of this last night. I might be able to use the chisel to potentially make like a railing for the stairs, you know? So that could be something we might want to do. I might need some more granite at this point. I'm gonna use that granite cobblestone to make the windmill. But can I make stairs, pine stairs? Yes, I can. All right. We shouldn't need more than that. Do I want to do like a wraparound staircase right here? I think that would be the better option, honestly. We can chisel the staircase down, get it smaller, easier to traverse later. Do I want to go higher than this? I don't think I have to. I can have like a nice little overpass here with a nice smithing area. Yeah, we're good. This can be the second floor's height. Let's get the floor itself laid out. We're gonna move these blocks up here so that they become horizontal only. So now, when I place these, I don't have to worry about placing them up against the wall by accident. I just have to worry about potentially placing them too low. All right. Let's do like a sideways thing. Oh, that works really nice, yeah. All right, let's go grab our hammer and chisel and do the staircase work right now. I just got to make sure I have a mint condition chisel still for taking apart the anvil once we get our hands on some bronze. All right, equip that to secondary, put that in our main hand, and then... Oh yeah. That looks nice. Oh, cherry. That is so nice, dude. Now, there is something down there. It's like a cave. I can't help but feel like this could be a very easy cellar down here. It's kind of underneath. So I could have a little staircase going down into a cellar underneath this staircase type thing. I don't know if I want to do that. It's a difficult decision either way. Because this room will, I think it will count as a cellar. I'm not really sure, but let's see here. This is a perfect cellar, so that's 0.27. We're gonna put this in here so it serves as a indicator of, yeah, that's 1.61. So you know what, for now, we're not going to do the basement there, but we will keep it in our mind as a consideration. Let's finish the ceiling. Okay, that's how I make them upside down, is targeting the top of that block right there. Nice, and then I could chisel that just the same. All right. What, I can't place it the other way? I guess it's locked in that rotation then, eh? Well, I just don't know how I feel about this part. But if I'm gonna have a doorway there leading into a pantry, then let's finish the ceiling first, though. Because we don't really know what we're gonna be doing yet. I can't make any final decisions yet. Monsters. A lot of them, too. Throwing spears is definitely a lot stronger than melee, unless you're a blackguard, so I might want to get comfortable with throwing my weapons again. Let's make some pine doors. And close the space. Okay. All right. Doesn't really count as an enclosed room yet, but what happens when I seal this up? Yeah, this doesn't count as a cellar, so we'll work on it. All right. Yeah, we're probably gonna do that dig down cellar. It is nice that we're finally getting started on a good home, though. Let's replace our torches. We kind of let them ruin by accident. I have a good amount of fat. I could theoretically make some more lamp bowls. Alright, I'll make 2. And then we still have 3 bowls left for meals. And then I might not need those torches on the wall anymore anyway. Let's sleep. Oh, don't worry about it, Cameron. I got out of it, buddy. I got out of it. Yeah. No, that's what we all have to do, right? That's why I'm so big on health, to tell you the truth. That's what I settled for. To say I don't care about other people is kind of... It's not true. I care about other people, otherwise I wouldn't do the health cookies, right? But I don't care to sacrifice myself to save other people who perhaps don't want to be saved or aren't willing to do what they need to save themselves. That's more accurate to what I should say is, like, I want people to emulate the health cookies, to restore their damages, because I do believe that your ability to heal is far superior to how fast you can take damage. You can undo damage in like a tiny, like I believe firmly that 4 months of the right choices can undo 4 years of damage. possibly even 40, right? You hear all the time about people who spent their entire lives living unhealthy and then they do carnivore for a couple months and everything changes. I believe in that. And it's kind of my hope that the same way that I saved my brain from what the Ritalin did to it, the explosive anger, the emotional instability, the nihilism, the same way that I pulled myself back from that brink, you guys can pull yourselves back too. That's the hope, right? Okay, so what kind of floor would I like beneath my feet right here? Well, it's gonna depend. So if I put this here, 0.9 doesn't really count as a cellar right now. Oh, hello. He just hurt himself. That's pretty dope. All right. Yeah, this doesn't count as a valid cellar. Come on. I'm gonna have to make more bandages to be safe. We got a lot of rot. I could start making my first barrel of compost pretty much right now, so let's do that. And I might be able to start doing my lime setup and everything. So the compost I'd like to keep near the garden. Maybe just right here, right? There we go, 16 compost after 20 days. We got started on our first batch. Well, the first thing I need to do is figure out this floor. That has to happen before anything else can happen, so I'm thinking we just go with the pine planks again. I really like the look of the pine planks. They're like my favorite floor, honestly. There's no easy way to dig up this much dirt. We just have to get started on doing it. At least we have a copper shovel to speed it along. It'd be worse if we had to make like 4 flint shovels just to do all this, you know? We're getting pretty low on those pine planks. But we've made a lot of progress on the house, which is why we have the doors put in, we have the staircase put in, we're gonna have the floor pretty soon on the main floor. Things are going well. Let's close this up. Right there. And then we gotta start filling in the floor here. Oh wow, did I just hear a wolf outside? No, those are foxes. They're fine. Foxes are okay. Now, if I want to, I could just do an adjoined cellar over here, attached to the house. We'll see. We got options. We're definitely going to have a little smithing area out here, though. I love the idea of that. Okay. I'm gonna need more pine wood at this point. We are all out. Deposit those stairs, deposit the hammer and the chisel. Equip the copper spear, deposit the other pickaxe for now. I still have some food. Don't need the wooden bucket. Alright, let's go. My axe is almost broken. I might want to grab another. I have a stone one right there that we never used. Okay. Over here, over the hill, we do have some pine trees. Let's just make sure we're traveling in third person as often as possible so we have a bird's eye view of any approaching threats before they come at us. I'll grab this horsetail too. All right. I don't see any sap on this tree, so we're cleared to cut it. Do I have a peaceful voice, Cameron? Right on, right on. You know, I was always good at public speaking. I never did it, but I was always good at it just the same. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an actor. But I was such an ugly duckling, I was like, there's no way. I think... No, that's not another oak tree. I think that's a maple. But we do have a lot of pines in the area right up here, so... Alright. Let's cut this one down, too. Sleeping, I forgot the sleeping, yeah. A lot of lurkers who fall asleep to it. That's okay. That's alright. They could fall asleep to anything, and they choose the ASMR of my voice. I really appreciate that. Alright, let's finish our food. I have only 2 partial servings. It won't last long, but it's something. Alright, let's cut this big galoot down. We've got quite a view from up here. And that mountain range over there, it certainly has the promise of some easy prospecting, so I might want to go check it out soon. There's no telling what we might locate there. Ow. Mature onions. All right. I could plant these onions. And let's grab some more food. Those 2 meat stews we made, they have lasted us a very long time. A very delightfully long time. Let's make more bandages. Eat up. Heal up. So I became a YouTuber, exactly. Damn straight. You know, it's the actor to YouTuber pipeline. Basically, anybody with ego problems who wants the admiration of others. We all go the same direction. All right, onion seeds. Let's get these planted. Are these N crops? They're P crops, so I can plant them here, technically. Yeah, the last thing we grew right there was turnips, it looks like. Nothing else to harvest right now. Oh, that sun looks nice. All right. Now we need the saw in order to continue working on the floor. We now have 64 pine slabs, horizontally oriented, for easy flooring. Beautiful. Okay. So, this is looking nice now. Damn straight. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. Right here where that ruin is probably where I'll put my windmill. We'll have like a tall stone grain silo where there's a quern at the bottom, the windmill at the top. It can be nice and thin. It really just has to be able to hold the quern, right? Yeah. All right. So now I have to figure out what I'm doing with the rest of the house. Let's continue doing rammed earth walls up here. We had exactly enough rammed earth to finish that. Okay. I could get started on trying to move in here now. Just carting stuff over. It doesn't count as a cellar in here, which is fine, I suppose. You know, like we said, we can try to build something down under here. Maybe even with a trapdoor entrance leading down, right? Trapdoor entrance would be a hell of a lot easier to figure out. That's for damn sure. But I wouldn't want to make something like this without first having access to ladders to get in and out. Over and over, right? Yeah, this does not count as a cellar. Make more rammed earth. Beautiful. This should be the last of the rammed earth we need, and then it's just a matter of building the roof itself, right? I don't know how I've gotten lucky enough to not walk over the ledge of the house yet. All right. Yeah, it's ready. It's ready for the roof at this point. So... it's a very spacious home, and the roof for this, not too complicated. It shouldn't be too hard to do. It may require a lot of supplies, but it won't be too hard to do. How much clay do you use to make the roofing tiles? 4 clay. That means that with a stack of clay, divided by 4, 16, 32, so I could make 16 badges with a stack, or 16 batches with a stack, and 16 times 12. Is 192 shingles with 1 stack of clay. Which would allow me to get some stuff done, to be fair. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Although I don't know if a red roof is gonna look too nice there. Something that matches this. Honestly, the pine kind of matches that nicely. I don't like this much, but we're gonna accentuate this. Let's go grab those cobblestone fences here. What, can I not stack those on top of each other like that? I guess not, eh? But I could place a cobblestone block there and just chisel it, I suppose. Wait, I might be able to use that. But what I have to do is I have to place blocks beside it and then attach the fence posts to the blocks and then remove the blocks. Yeah, that'll work. And I need to see something here. It'd be even nicer if we had like a walk-on patio, you know? So we're gonna leave this hole right here. Looks like I need 1 more block of height on that. Yep, that'll do. Although, honestly, doing it out of wood might seem better. Just having pine, right? A little bit of pine. Let's see here. How do you make the structural support beam? Support beam made of pine. You need an iron saw, but also a debarked pine log. Well, we got plenty of options here where all of that is concerned. Ugh. All right, let's make some pine fences real quick. I need boards and sticks. Okay, we got 16 of these wooden fences now. I like it. We can make that work, man, into something real nice. And then make a gate. Inverted, so sticks on the outside, planks in the middle. Beautiful. And then need an outer corner. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna like that. And we will have a walk-on patio there with a flat wooden floor on the top. The only thing I don't like is how these boards with the roof, they don't really seem to line up when you do the wraparound like that. You see? I don't like this, how the planks don't match. I might actually be able to use the chisel with... Here, let's grab the hammer and the chisel. I might be able to use that with slabs in order to make it look better. So that's the direction the planks normally go. So I'm going to select that block. Remove all those. And then I'm going to load into this the pine slabs. But that does line up, actually. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, we can use it like this. Alright, that will do. That will totally work. And I think as I place the other floor blocks, we can have them going the other way direction-wise. I think it's a thing. I think I could pull it off. This I'll have to... But I can't even change these. I can't even change what those look like, you know? Yeah, I can't rotate the bottom there. Yeah, this is, I definitely think this should be, like, addressed at some point. It definitely causes, like, an appearance problem for the house. We didn't really notice it before because of the way my house was designed in the previous playthrough, but I'll have to try to do, like, a flat-ish roof. Hang on. Maybe if I connect two of them to each other, then the planks will orient properly the way I'd like them to. I'm not sure yet, but... No, they pretty much always end up different. Like, always. Yeah, it's the kind of thing you can't really avoid. I don't know if shingles will be the same. I don't know what the underside of the shingle roof looks like. So I have no idea, right? However, there are other ways I can do this. I could slope it up toward the roof. Let's count here. So, come on. Roof, roof, roof. Huh. Let's eat. Gonna have to go get like a meaningful lunch. And we're gonna want to bring our stuff inside soon. Like we got shit that we have to do real quick. Deposit the sticks and the clay. Grab a serving of meat stew. We'll be cooking more very soon. That won't last forever. The ruins around my base, I might just dismantle them. I don't really think I'm gonna use them. Ugh. Somebody has to have some sort of solution for the roof blocks. You know what? I'm just gonna try to make batches of clay shingles. We'll try it out. And I think over time, I'm gonna replace the rammed earth with stone as we continue to do more mining and get more granite. Right? I won't need much. It's gonna be like 4 stacks of granite. Cobbles, like nothing, you know? Now, can I refund these? I might be able to, but not with a flint axe that has 2 durability. I'm gonna have to get rid of that one. And I'll make one with a bone handle. And we're gonna start moving into that new house regardless. We should totally be moving in there now. We don't need to be in this dirt hole anymore, but in the meantime, I can use this dirt hole as my cellar. Can't really seem to refund those. That's okay. Let's move these storage chests into the new house. Okay. And we can use the rest of our ceramic vessels to kind of like make space for the new stuff. I only have one spare ceramic vessel, it looks like. I have two here, one outside. Where's the last one? Probably in the house. Yep. Let's definitely close up that floor soon. The monster's down there. Alright, temporarily we can empty our entire fucking inventory into here. It's not exactly the safest thing. Let's grab one of these horizontal planks for the floor in there. Move the bed in there too. Okay. For now, we're sleeping under the stairs. You can refund the planks, just put the planks on the side of the saw. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Rena. I'll give it a shot. Oh, we need some light in here. Fucking dark. Okay. We have a new chest. I think that one can be my equipment chest. For now, let's take everything back here. And let's give ourselves some lighting in the house with the torches. We don't need much. Yeah. That looks nice. Gentle glow. For now, we're going to put ceramics here with the blocks, and then equipment, spare equipment in there that'll help us to empty out the other stuff. I still have a little bit of food left in this bowl, but we're going to have to go back to our previous base right now and cook some more food. Nutritionally, I could use some... Here. I could use some juice. Honestly, my fruit score has gone down. I could just subsist on the juice, until I get my nutrition back up, but we should cook this stuff. We don't want it to go bad. 6, okay. Yeah, we'll just, 85 days, 1 year. We'll use the mushrooms. I'm gonna need a torch in order to light that, though. Let's bring stuff over while we're at it. Equipment. Anything mildly equipment-y. You know what I mean? Anything equipment adjacent. And let's try this with the saw. Okay. Same with the stairs. I can actually get the stairs back. That's nice. Thank you very much. Is that a full refund? I think that was a full refund. If it is a full refund, that's amazing. I think it is. I'm pretty sure that's a full fucking refund for all the planks used. It depletes your saw durability. I can't... Oh, that's a chiseled block. That's why I can't seem to do it with that. Okay, that's why... Okay, we're both right. This was a chiseled block. That's why I couldn't do it. And the other one... Yeah. I might not be able to do the same thing with the roof. No, I can't do it with the roof blocks. But we'll eventually try to use those, maybe. Either way, for now, it's just a waste of blocks. Nothing we can do. Not a full refund for the slabs, though, unlike the stairs. Alright. 3 a.m. You should catch up on some sleep, buddy. Get whatever rest you can, squeeze it out. Alright, there we go. Still need a torch. Let's just keep carting stuff over. We have a block chest, so we'll put all this in there. It's a tool. All right. Grab that. Go cook our meal. Beautiful. If I really wanted, I could have a pantry, like, out here. Kind of just build a little room right there out the back door where I could, like, go into it to get stuff, but... I can do better than that. It'll take longer, but I can totally do better than that. All right. Anyway, it's time that we ventured out to get ourselves a quern. We need a quern at this stage. It's time. The shale stone I'll put with the blocks. The ceramics I'll put in that fourth chest now that we have it. I will need that food before we go, but we do have a mine. So I'm thinking what we do is we take a little mining trip today. We go mining for a whole bunch of copper, and we get the granite that we need in order to make our quern. Yeah, that'll do. Sounds like a plan. Right. Smithing zone around here. Alright, so I'm thinking, anvil, water, forge? Or maybe forge right there, anvil right here, water off to the side type thing. Honestly, we actually have more space right over here for all of this. Right here. Yeah, just like that. So when I'm done smithing whatever I'm smithing, I just turn around, drop it into the water, and then grab it when it's cooled. I like that. I like that a lot. And we'll have it like nice and roofed, you know? It'll be cozy. And over here we'll just put storage for smithing tasks. I like it. Let's grab all of our torches. Yeah, this definitely don't count as a cellar. Alright, low fertility soil. Let's grab 6 of it, make it into packed dirt. Don't need the chisel on me. What the fuck was that? Let's grab our backup pickaxe. Scrap pickaxe, grab the torch, grab the ceramic things. All right, let's go grab our food. I need my bowls. We'll do the rest of the base after, but for now, I like the way it's coming together. It takes a long time to build a house in Vintage Story. It's it's the kind of thing that you do over a long period of time rather than something you bang out in a day like in Minecraft, right? Pretty much like when your first winter comes along, you're still trying to get the house built type thing. That's how it works. It doesn't happen quick, nor should it. Let's grab our bucket, fill that with water. All right, let's go. Yeah, we gotta get our stones for the quern, and then we can begin grinding the limestone, and we can make our little forever location for where we're gonna do our leather processing tasks. I have got to build a bridge across this. Can you imagine if we encountered a bear here? Like, we'd be screwed. We couldn't even get away. Or a wolf. Wow. I just wanted the seed, bro. I didn't even get the seed. I don't even know where it is. All right, we got it. Let's heal up after that mess. 3 bandages should do. All right, right over this hill is our intended destination. Oh my god. The cave-in gods are fucking annoying today, bro. As long as I live, though, I'll deal with anything. I just want to have a long, meaningful adventure and make it to winter again. We're not there yet, but we're close. Our mine is nearby. Right here. All right, let's go. All the way down. Wow, that gives me cave-in damage. That's funny shit. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I think I go up one more level. I'll know when I see it. No, maybe up here? Yeah, definitely up here. All the dirt kind of signifies that I left myself a route to reach what we're looking for. Here we go. Yeah, those rock blocks, they do a lot of damage. A lot. The cave-ins with rock is what has the highest chance of killing you, really. It's these rock cave-ins you gotta really worry about. Nothing else. Let's heal up. Jesus. Well, we need the granite. I got another piece of granite block. Well, Cameron, you just gotta sleep, buddy. Don't neglect your sleep. Yeah. It's too important. Take care of yourself first. My stepdad, I hated his guts, but he was also a pretty smart man. And what he used to say to me was, do what you're supposed to do, and then you can do what you want to do. That is personal responsibility, and I'll respect you a lot if you can, even if you can't sleep, if you just try to sleep, then that's enough, right? Lay down, listen to my voice, stay tuned to the adventure, but just close your eyes and see if you can drift off despite it, right? Turn the volume down, make sure it ain't too loud. That's it, buddy. Alright, finally, I'm getting some copper. We had to do some preliminary clearing first, though. That 50% instability is kind of horrifying. Got another one. That's cracked granite. I can't use that. I think it has to be whole granite. Is 3 enough for the quern? I need 4. I'll need 1 more granite block in order to be done with collecting it. God, that's sus. Alright. Let's seal that up. And this is my 4th and final granite block that I need. Got it. I would love to get this stuff, but man, this just seems risky. I mean, there could be monsters in there. There could be fucking deep drifters in here. Just a massive, wide open cave. Just like right there. Anyway, I think that'll do. We'll seal this up now. And then we can access the rest of the copper from over there. Well, I understand, Cameron. I get it. Like, honestly, I'm the kind of person where I can literally shut everything off and try to sleep and just not be able to for hours. Yeah, and that's despite the magnesium and stuff. Like, it just, I don't know. I must have a very anxious brain. There was this child psychologist named Gabor Mate or something, and he said that babies, when they cry, the parents are supposed to pick them up and nurture them and make them feel safe. But when babies aren't picked up and they're just left to cry by their parents, they develop worsened anxiety disorders. And it can lead to things like hypersensitivity, attention deficit, and difficulty sleeping, like a severe insomnia. It leads to anxiety disorders too, apparently. Like, basically, the parents are supposed to make the children feel safe by picking them up and cuddling them when they're crying. But if parents get sick of doing it, right, then the kid never gets that feeling that everything is safe and everything's gonna be okay. And I think that that's what happened to you and me, buddy. We're insomniacs because nobody bothered to pick us up when we were crying as babies. I don't see any more copper over here. Oh yeah, there's still, yeah, you gotta check. Wherever you got your last piece of copper, make sure you dig a little bit deeper than that just to take a peek. Let's eat a serving of this stew. I gotta keep a careful eye on my temporal stability. But this is nice. We're getting granite for building the house, and we're also getting a shitload of copper. These are all rich chunks of copper, too. All right. Seven sodas could do it, but at the same time, why the hell did you have 7 sodas? Probably anxiety. I don't know. Yeah. 7 sodas is ridiculous, bro. Like, you may as well just pick maple or walnut for your casket. Like, that's insane. What are you doing? If you cheap out and buy the porcelain casket, then you could probably afford another 12-pack of soda. You know? Pass the savings on to yourself, you know what I mean? Alright, our temporal stability is beginning to get, kinda bad, so we're gonna have to get out of here. I think it's below 20 now. That's when the screen kind of starts shaking. Okay, 25. Oh, this should not be open. All right. Let's get out of here now. It is time, for sure. Fuck. I need this dirt. Yeah, let's go. I need to grab my torches on the way out. Let's go. %. We gotta get the hell out of Dodge, like, right now. God. They made you drink 8 sodas for 50 bucks? When I was younger, my brother paid me 20 bucks to do the cinnamon challenge. And it was not worth it. I'm pretty sure I, like, irrevocably hurt my lungs by doing that. I might have healed it by now, but goddamn, like, when you do the cinnamon challenge, it causes, like, scar tissue on your lungs and shit. It's fucked. It's extremely damaging. Yeah, don't kill yourself for somebody else's entertainment. White currant berries. Hang on, let me eat this. Yeah, let's get the hell home. That was a good mining trip. We got a lot of copper. We are gonna wanna still continue to keep an eye out for cassiterite, though. We need to find some cassiterite if we can. Deposit the copper in there. We got a whole bunch. I can now make more cobblestone. Let's grab our clay. Beautiful. 64 more. And we got the 4 granite rock that we need for the quern. I'm gonna need to bring my hammer and everything over here. Let's put the scythe in here. We're no longer, like, short on storage. We don't really have to worry about it. Let's make our quern here. 4 rocks, upside down T, 2 sticks, hammer and chisel on the bottom. Right, don't use this chisel. I have to use the other one. This one has to be in mint condition in order to take apart the anvil. I think it's 2 sticks right there. Grab the hammer. No, 2 sticks up here, and then an upside down T. Got it. Okay, we have our quern. I can now make lime and start making some leather. Right on. Let's grind down this stack of limestone that we have right here. I'll just eat these berries. These are N nutrients. This soil has depleted N nutrients. I can't plant that here. I could plant it there, though. Because those were K crops. We got some more turnips. We're getting reduced yields because of the weather, but I think it's still pretty much worth it to plant them. The hell? Did all the nutrients just... Oh. No, okay. I was looking at it wrong. All of those were parsnip slots. Can't plant that there. Alright, we're gonna have to till some more farmland at this point if I'm gonna plant those. The carrots, however, I could plant there. Let's go grab the hoe. I might not even actually have the hoe anymore. I think I need to make a new one. I dropped it so I could grab the oak wood earlier. All right. I am planning on potentially making wine. because it's a good way to preserve a lot of your fruit for the winter and make it so you can maintain your fruit nutrient score. But right now I'm just using juice because it doesn't last long enough, or it lasts long enough where I can just drink it before it spoils. We're gonna focus on making wine kind of toward the end of the season. All right, there we go. Let's plant these carrots here. There's plenty of K nutrients in these plots. And then now we can put the turnips here. All right. I may as well leave the fruit press in here, where we store our food. Let's go to sleep. Clean little setup. Yeah. The house is still under construction. We're gonna replace all this rammed earth with cobblestone over time. And I think I am gonna make clay shingles and test them out. I'm just gonna make one batch first, and then I'll kind of see how it looks. All right. Let's fire these. And then we can test out the various shapes and see how they look. Maybe I'll make 2 batches. You can't stack these in there, right? Oh my god, you can? Okay, hang on. I might be able to put a whole fuck ton in there. They can be baked in batches of up to 48 shingles. See, that's important to know. Yeah, I can actually put 4 batches of shingles in there at a time. Right on. We will do that. All right. 48 raw red clay shingles. I think that's as much as I can put in there at once. I better want these. I better like them. Otherwise, you know, we're spending a lot on them. Anyway, we're gonna subsist on some of our juice for a while. I'm gonna do another 4 batches of this shit. Well, because I'm wondering, is the limit really 48, or can I just mash more in there? This is my first time ever making clay shingles for the house, so... who knows, maybe I'll love the shingles. Maybe I'll be like, there is no other roof besides shingle from now on. You know, maybe I'll just really love it. I could even try to get myself a whole bunch of shale stone, like shale cobblestone, and I could have like a black house with a red roof type thing. All right. Let's make a new stew. I have no meat, but you know, we can use the mushrooms. Make a hefty one. Hey, Steven, welcome, buddy. How are you? Oh, I need my second coffee soon. For damn sure. All right, let's see here. I'm able to put more in there, but I don't know if it's gonna fire or not. Like, I don't know if I can set it up like that. There may be a hard limit on how many I can put in there. Only 48 at once. Okay, it's quite clear on that. Aw, there's a little fawn over there. I think you can catch that, and it's an elk. I think it might be a baby elk. It's either a baby deer or a baby elk, one of the two. All right, let's light it. We have our first batch of clay coming in hot. Well, clay shingles, 48 clay shingles. Technically 96. Okay, there we go. I have my next meal prepared, and I still have 2 servings of meat stew, so... right on. I'm gonna gather more clay. I don't see any dangerous predatory wildlife pretty much anywhere around here. It seems fine for the moment. This is a massive clay deposit right here. Woke up sadly, but I'm okay. Damn, bro. I gotta say, I respect the doomer Riz. You know what I mean? I'm happy you woke up, buddy. Alright. Now, I may as well just finish getting this out of the way. Alright, there we go. Plenty more clay available, and I don't need these flowers. All right, now, let's grind the limestone. I can do it on autopilot. Start grinding it by holding right click, and then pause the game, let go of right click, and then unpause. And now it's just like, it's going, and I don't need to have my hands on the mouse. However, hang on. I'm gonna make sure that no monster spawns can happen here. I'm gonna seal myself in. Okay. And then I'm gonna prepare my coffee while this grinds away. I left that fucking door open. No way. Okay. Can't believe I just left that door open. Can you imagine if like a drifter just wandered in and beat me to death while I was gone? Alright, I need a timer for my coffee water. I'm doing a double batch, so we'll do a 4-minute timer today. It is so nice that we finally have a seed with plentiful limestone everywhere around us. Really nice, buddy. Okay, we're ready to make our first batch of lime. It's time for the lime. Let's grab our barrels. I need 9 for the leatherworking build. We'll put the leatherworking stuff upstairs. I do wish I had more hides. I really don't have that many right now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, fair enough. That means I could have 2 spaces, actually. Yeah, which would work out pretty well. We can divide them. Oh, that's perfect. I really like that. Alright, now I need to start producing my tannin. We're gonna need a water source block somewhere up here. I could put it right here, just kind of wall it in type thing. For now, nothing fancy. Hang on. Okay, coffee water is going to be boiled in a moment. Put that there. Put this here. Dump the water. Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh, that didn't work out, right? What happened there? There we go. I gotta get rid of this. Oh, God. All right. coffee. Coffee. Don't forget your coffee. 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 Alright, we're good. Be right back. Okay, let's make our first barrel of lime. This ain't gonna be too convenient. Like the water location isn't gonna be too convenient, but I'll do what I can. It may take a little bit of extra work, but we only have to do this once in a while. Very rarely, in fact. There will come a time where leather is almost, like, entirely obsolete to us, right? Oh, this is rough, though. What if I was able to put water source blocks right here? What happens if I dump some water there, huh? Is it gonna spill out? Oh, son of a bitch. I hate that. Why does that happen? I have to place the water on the wall rather than placing it in the hole. I think that's like the main issue. That's why that keeps happening. It's because there's a slab floor, so it's not actually registering it. So I need to grab the water and place it there against the wall. But yeah, unfortunately, as I suspected, it does kind of spill out. The barrels do not work as a containing area. So there's no easy way around it. I pretty much just have to fill these barrels one at a time using the water source that we do have. Only way to make it easier would be to make more barrels, but each barrel requires a flax thread, right? So I don't want to do that. Gotta do 2 trips with the bowl to give it an exact mixing measurement. So we now have 32 liters of lime water. I need 1 bowl in there. And then 30 liters of water. Okay, we're done for now. So we have the lime water. I can start to treat hides into leather. Let's get started on making our batches of tannin. Seal it, 50 liters of weak tannin. Same with that one. That one. Boom. Done. Done. Okay, we have 300 liters of weak tannin coming in, and then we're gonna convert this stuff on the very end to strong tannin later. Yeah. I'll get rid of that for now. No way in hell am I leaving a water block there. It looks terrible. Let's eat. Now, do I want to soak these hides that I currently have? I have 2 large and 3 medium. I say we do it. Yeah, we'll start converting that to leather. I will need to get some pelts, but we're gonna make pelts after we have leather production underway. Seal that. After 20 hours, I get 3 soaked medium hides and 2 soaked large hides. There we go. We have our first leather coming in. Let's grab the rest of this food. Oh, we're not even done yet. There's still a serving left in there. Pretty dope. Okay. Plenty of fruit juice as well. But my fruit score is quite high. What we need to eat more of now is grain. So I will want to start making pie soon, but the thing is we're still waiting on the harvest of our grains. So until then, shit out of luck, buddy. The carrots are growing. Let's water the crops. It's been a hot minute since I've watered them. Can't neglect your crops, chat. Like you can, just don't do it full time, right? It's like a baby. 90% of the time you can pretend it's not there and it'll play with his Legos, right? But every now and then you got to give it the old I love you. And that's what these plants are getting right now. I'm spraying my love juices on them. Yeah. That's right. Water is the universal love juice. I gotta refill the can. I wonder if there's a more efficient way to use the watering can, because usually what I do is I just walk over every plot like this, but I wonder if there's a faster way to make sure that all of your crops get watered. Besides rain, we're supposed to have very common rain here, well, common rain, but it never seems to rain in this area. I don't think we've gotten a single rainfall here yet. All right, deposit that shit. And those slabs, let's revert these to normal ones so they stack with the other ones in storage. I don't need the chisel on me anymore. Spear equipped. I have 3 servings of food. I could get out of here and I could try to find something now that we have those hides tanning for leather. We are getting pretty far, Chris. Damn straight coffee time. 7 Sky, did you die leaving your door open once? That sucks, buddy. Dude. Yeah. It's good to see you, by the way. Same to you, Chris. Right on. So what now? What does Tom still need at this point? I have the oak wood that we set out for. I need to find cassiterite. What I really need right now is to locate tin. So we're gonna head this way and try to find some cassiterite ore. Hopefully we get a reading soon, because so far I don't even remember ever getting a reading for cassiterite anywhere around our base. Can't believe I'm still just rocking improvised armor. I haven't been able to find a single bear in the playthrough. I might have seen one, I think. Yeah, we're kind of hurting. Hurting on armor. However, we already have our leather production up and running, which is pretty rare this early in the game. It's barely even summer and we already have leather coming in, so... there's a bunch of copper down there. I'm gonna want to get some readings around here, though. Oh my god. I'm gonna make a little bear trap here, just in case. I don't want to get caught without one. That's a death sentence if I do, right? I would try to fight it. It's just that my chances of success would be very, very small. Like possibly entirely non-existent. Oh. Sandstone. All right. Two more samples required. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of stuff here. But not what we need, unfortunately. No cassiterite. A lot of lime. Oh my god. A lot of limestone rock here. Oh my god. Ah, get out of there. Screw that. Let's grab these berries. Okay. Let's go over here and get a reading. I have a bear fighting position prepared. I have to remain in third person mode just in case. Reaction time is everything, right? I need to be able to see the bear coming before I get hit by it. It'll reduce panic. Emerald, bismuth, galena. Fuck. I might have to settle for trying to make bismuth ore. Bismuth bronze. It would require zinc or sphalerite with bismuth. Sphalerite and bismuth. I don't know what the hell pentalentidentite is, but... I could do the bees pretty much whenever. So my base is that way then. Yeah, the bees are here. I think. I don't know. Possibly not. No, this isn't where the bees are. I know where I am now. Okay. Let's eat. I may have to begin wandering further and further from home in pursuit of what we're looking for. Unfortunately. It would appear so. What the hell is pentlandite? Nickel. Oh, minuscule amounts of cassiterite. Okay, that is our first glimpse of any cassiterite at all. Which is a pretty big deal. It is getting late, though. Well, we found a reading for cassiterite, and I know where to go to get to it. We're gonna go home, we're gonna rest, do whatever we need to do at base, and then we're gonna come back here and we're gonna continue the hunts for cassiterite. Yeah, I know where we are. Ah, wait, that's a good thing. A medium temporal storm is approaching. So if I go home and sleep, the temporal storm will start, and then we can wait it out, like usual, and then we'll go set out in search of cassiterite, not having to worry about the temporal storm, right? There's copper here. Maybe I need different markers for things. Because there's copper here, right? So I want to have like a pickaxe marker. I'll do like a T. A capitalized T. So that's a pickaxe right there. I gotta dig down right here. Grab the cranberries. It's getting damn dark, dude. And I'm gonna go straight home in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing capitalized T's to mark underground deposits. Capitalized T's with a double wide, like that. All right, let's head home. We're also gonna have a chance to check out the red clay shingles before we go on our adventure for Cassiterite. Eat up. Did these mushrooms respawn? I think they did. It'd be fucking amazing if mushrooms could respawn like that, because that basically means you'd never run out of food. And if you settle down in a place with a lot of mushrooms, then you'd know you could harvest them again later. But you only really need the mushrooms in the early game. After that, it's just extra, right? Alright, let's get some sleep. I need to prepare a temporal storm shelter. I have 11 shale sand that I could pan during the storm. Put the bucket down. Right on, Chris, right on. Yeah, Stardew Valley Permadeath was pretty fun. I sided with the Joja Corporation so that I wouldn't need to get specific items. I like the Joja Corporation more because you just need to make money. So every playstyle becomes viable, right? I got pretty far. I never ended up dying. I ended up getting bored of it, actually. I had just gained access to the Golden Walnut Island. All right. I'll eat those white currant berries. The cranberries will last a lot longer. I will need more food prepared soon. Right, I have the copper and other minerals out here in storage. Put the watering can down, and oh my god, I left the fence open. What a rookie move. Last thing I need is some wild animals eating all my crops. Anyway, I'm gonna want to sleep inside the panning shelter. I'll be less vulnerable that way. Deposit the bowls. No, we'll keep the bowls on us. I might need some dry grass still. Yeah, I do. Let's just cut it. All right. What's in here? The blocks? Okay, I can repurpose this reed chest and use it for storage for whatever I pan. Alright. We're pretty much ready to sleep and initiate the temporal storm. Yeah, pretty much ready indeed. Alright, let's go spawn proof it and get started. I'm gonna grab all these. Close that. Put a torch up right there. Put dry grass right here to spawn proof it. Block that off. Sleep. Alright, we should wake up to the storm, I think. I hope so. It'd be convenient that way. Here it is, yeah. We're gonna wake up with the storm going. Perfect. Put that down right there. Alright. We'll pan whatever we can. We don't have much, of course, but we'll just, you know, do it. I've never used mods on Stardew, no. The game is giving me a huge break from bears, yeah. I will need a new prospector's pick pretty soon. I might want to make one right after the temporal storm. I could just melt down the copper and then put it in the mold. And while I do it, I could make a second pickaxe. I usually prefer to always have 2 pickaxes instead of 1. We still have a hammer and a half. Because the thing is, you're gonna use the coal anyways, so I feel like you may as well use the coal to melt down like 3 ingots. Or pour molten metal into 3 molds instead of just 1, you know? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to melt down 3 ingots with 1 coal. As long as I preheat with peat. Yeah, we'll put 60 units of copper bits into the crucible, and then I'll put in a bunch of peat. I'll bring it up to temperature. And then when it's up to temperature, we put the like 1 coal in, and we'll see if that 1 coal is enough to get it all smelted. I doubt it, but we'll see. Oh yeah, girls are like that though, Chris, right? Girls are like that. Yeah, they're not typically challenge seekers, you know. They like their recipes and their kitchens and their decorations. They're not exactly like, oh god. That monster just spawned in my little... Oh, that's fucked. Yeah, we just died. So, okay, I have verified that they can totally spawn in like a 1 block space. That is crazy unexpected. You know why it happened? It's because I was talking about girls being a sexist, being all like, "Oh, girls like recipes and cozies." Yeah, that's rough. But you know what? Now that I know that, maybe I can account for it. How to block spawns. I should have probably had a torch above the water. Normally I do that. This time I didn't do that, and I probably should have done that. I need more concrete data on blocking spawns. Yeah, that was crazy. An empty full block surface. The crawling ones will spawn without 2 vertical blocks, just BTW. What's really crazy is I thought that the player had like an aura of spawn protection, but it looks like that's not true. Yeah, the player definitely doesn't have a. I really wish we had a concrete answer. Um, I'm gonna have to just ask. It's possible that if I had a torch there, it might have worked. I didn't place a torch above my head on the water, so technically they had a 2 block space to spawn, and that's on me, right? Let's go to the Vintage Story website. I'll go to the forum. I'll post a question just asking. I'll explain what happened. Discussion. Need more data on temporal storm spawns. I need more data on temporal storm spawns. I was in a panning shelter, little 1x3 hallway, during a medium temporal storm. My understanding is this. If I'm standing in the water with 2 air blocks above the water where I'm standing, I can prevent spawns in that tile by putting a dry grass fireplace starter on the floor in the water. On the floor within the water. But I also need to place a torch on the wall above the water. Otherwise, monsters will be able to spawn on that tile. I can also stop spawns by placing animal fat lanterns animal fat bowl lanterns on the floor in the tile, on the floor of the tile in front of me. Because it's a 1x2 with something on the lower block. My understanding is that they need 2 blocks of air above a surface to spawn, because he kind of spawned behind me, right? He spawned where I was, pretty much directly on top of me. So I think it's because I didn't place a torch on the wall behind me, right? My understanding is that they need 2 blocks of air above any surface to spawn. Water does not prevent spawns. So the reason I died is because I forgot to put a torch above my head over the water pit I was standing in while panning. Is this all correct? Question mark. Basically, if there's an object on the floor with a hitbox and there's only 1 air block above it with a ceiling above that, air block, then monsters cannot spawn in my panning hut. I forgot to place a torch, as I said before. And I just want to know... I forgot to place a torch above my head, as I said before. And I just want to know for sure that I have the correct understanding of these spawns for next time. Thanks in advance. Alright. I was in a panning shelter, little 1x3 hallway, during a medium temporal storm. My understanding is this. If I'm standing in the water with 2 air blocks above the water where I'm standing, I can prevent spawns in that tile by putting a dry grass fireplace starter on the floor within the water, but I also need to place a torch on the wall above the water, otherwise monsters will be able to spawn on that tile. Yeah, edited it, made it more concise. I tried to make it as concise as possible. They can spawn regardless of light level, yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what happened, Chris. I think that's what happened is I forgot to put a torch above and behind me. So that was like the one weak point where something was able to spawn. And it got us killed. It sucks, but at the same time I feel like this has been a very successful series in terms of testing the Orphan class and trying to get a feel for it, right? The Orphan is a wild success. So we're going to schedule attempt 21 right away. A new seed brings with it new possibilities. You know, maybe we'll get armor a lot sooner. Maybe I'll find easier access to cassiterite. I'm not worried about the limestone or anything because I know that I have the BetterProspecting mod in case I need to find a type of stone. So we're good. Let's schedule this for 11:20. And honestly, Saturn's idea is pretty good. You put a weapon rack up there so you can deposit your tools and have more inventory space for the panning. Weapon rack has a hitbox and it might prevent the spawns. I am going to... hang on. History. Need more data on temporal storms. I'm going to bookmark that just to make sure I can revisit it quickly later. This is attempt 21 that we're beginning right now. Yeah, I only got 4 hours of sleep last night, by the way. I don't know if that mistake was because of the 4 hours of sleep. I'm definitely not running at full capacity today. That's a thing. But it is what it is. Like, what am I going to do, right? Stop working, stop living just because I'm tired? No. Don't stop because you're tired. Stop when you're done. All right, so I'm going to grab the chat for this new stream here. And I will transport you guys directly over into the new stream. Okay, I have the redirect set up, so when I end this stream, you should get ported directly over to the new one. I'll just be right back. I'm going to pour my coffee. All right. All right, guys. Well, hey, keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I'm hoping a lot of you will stick around for the next attempt, because we're starting it right now. But I'm grateful for those of you who have chilled, and those of you who will continue to chill again in the future if you're taking off right now. Anyway, when I end this stream, if those of you who want to keep chilling, you'll just get transported right over, so I will see you there. All right.